Eddie, how are you doing? Last year has been a very tough year. Lost my dad in May. Oh my god. I'm sorry to hear that. Haven't been holding up very well with it, but I've been pushing myself through with the emotions. Plus, I've been having my group around me a lot more than normal to help me through, to keep you occupied. That's sad to have lost your dad. I'm sorry to hear that. But shout out to you for holding on, and pushing and pulling yourself through. For those that know me a little bit better, know that I have had a rough year as well. But yet it's 2026, and here we are. We made it. Hey Anna, get me onto my island. Animal Crossing. Last week I started up the game after 3 years. Can you get it? Thank you very much. Within 10 seconds I was lost in my own island. And I had so much that I was like, what a fucking mess. There's so much clutter. I couldn't even get around normally. Also, for those that don't know, this is the game that made Anne and I become best friends, sort of. In 2020 during COVID. We've gone through a period of playing this game together every fucking day. Every morning it was, what's the turnip price at your island? It is this price at mine. Oh, well, it's more expensive at my island. I'll go to you if I'm allowed. Monday, January 5th already. Already 5 days into the new year. It's crazy how fast time flies. Event announcement. Winter fishing tourney? Oh! I was like, that's not on Monday, normally. This Saturday. I'll have to check my agenda. 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Well, maybe I'm gonna go fishing Saturday. The game where we start being friends, of course. That was after she moved away because we lived next door to each other. That's the crazy part. They called me the gamer because you play a lot of games. Well, I know you from Outbreak, I think. Isn't it? Outbreak? It's been a few months, I think, since I played that game. I just started Ark Raiders for the first time. I have over 24 hours in the game now. You're enjoying it. If you enjoy a game, keep playing it. Because that to me, my opinion, is good for your mental health. Your villagers started complaining yesterday. Yeah, that's what happened to me earlier last week. You started up after 3 years and they started complaining about how they didn't see you for a while and they thought you left them alone. Yeah, through Outbreak. The loveliest of lovely days. She's so positive, even if you wake her up in the middle of a freaking night. Yes, I know. I've been playing at 3 a.m. Oh yeah. Bring me my money. that's not too much. I've been cleaning up a little bit last night. Eugene? Who is Eugene again? Is that one of my villagers? Oh wait, maybe Eugene is the koala bear. Thanks for showing me around your place. Oh yeah, that's the koala bear. Hey, Anna's online. That's been a while since I've seen that message pop up. Your interior design prowess continues to wow me with each new room you add. Oh, I almost forgot. I got you a little something. He came over to my place when I just emptied out my living room to rework it, kind of. So apparently he liked my pretty empty and unlogical living room. Jolly Rest. Oh, I bought a painting that I already have just to be able to give it away to one of my villagers because they like presents and I have too much money. You don't have turnips? No, that's because the Daisy, I think she's called, with the turnips is there from 9 AM to noon. So we're only 4.5 hours late for that one. Can't believe it's almost been a year already in May. It will be a year you lost your dad, still having issues controlling your emotions still, but if they don't think about it, it's not as bad. You mean if your emotions think about it? Eugene is yeah, I think it's my koala bear. Daily! Oh, that's my monkey. I was looking for a piece of candy I dropped under my bed and found this. Oh boy. It's hard as a rock. I'm pretty sure it's not the candy I dropped unless it turns out to be a toffee bar. Then it is and I want it back. What did you send me, man? Baby bear? Deli shark tooth better. I'm pretty sure I gave you that as a gift last week, but okay. The turnips, now every morning from 9 AM to 12 PM. 9 to 12 in the morning. I thought it was every day. Also, since I started up the game again since last week, this is one of the few moments that the store's actually still open. Hello! What's the latest? I'm thinking about what to do and I almost have an idea. Almost! Oh, that sounds like me. On Sunday you can buy them? Oh, then I missed them last night, or last morning, yesterday. But I can imagine, Freddy, if you're missing your dad, especially if you had a great bond with him. I mean, I know people that don't see one or both parents that much. And as far as my father goes, I'd happily trade his life for your dad's. But the situation with your dad could have been a situation with my mom last year. And I'm happy she survived. Till 12, yeah. Okay, only on Sunday. But then turnip prices, he was saying something about it yesterday, about not today, you have to come back tomorrow. So I'm gonna ask again. Oh, my other monkey. I have so many monkeys and dogs on my island. What's turnip shit? Turnip prices? So 83 bells per turnip. I think that's pretty cheap. But I don't remember. But if this is turnip prices today, I guess I cannot buy them today. So what's the purpose of having turnip prices if you cannot sell them to me? That's the thing I don't remember. Or do I need to go somewhere to... I can buy all kinds of shit in the store here. Yeah, I don't need anything from you right now. Stop following me. Is that a bar? Covered counter. It looks like a bar from a local cafe. I really didn't get to feel much. I tried hanging out with him as much as I could, but with having anxiety issues, anxiety is tough. Not yet. Maybe later, if I know a purpose. Maybe I go build a bar in my home, in one of the big rooms. Also, is this a desk? Because hey, it looks pretty nice to me. I'll take that one. I need a desk. I need to build a PC thingy. I'm gonna build a game room. Also, what do I have here? Oh, nee, is online. Oh boy. Yeah, bye. I make you rich. Didn't get to do much with him, but I've been trying to get better control of my anxiety as well. Yeah, the best tip I can give you, maybe, that I've learned this year, or past year, is don't be too harsh on yourself. Because that's not gonna help you. Monkeys and cats, elephant. The pig, yeah, you buy the pig kind of lady, but she's not here any day of the week but Sunday morning. So what do I profit from bell or turnip prices on Monday afternoon? It had a purpose, I'm pretty sure, but I don't remember. I'm gonna put this one in my storage. Oh yeah, that was a gift I got from Anna. What the fuck do I do with this, man? It's a fossil. I mean, who puts a fossil in their hole? I don't know if I have it in storage. So, who am I gonna give a jolly painting? Also, I reworked my living room a little bit. I still need to do the bathroom here. That's insane. That's also pretty... a lot of stuff. I wanted to say my former villagers, but bottom right is still living here. Maybe he returned. I don't remember that one. Oh yeah, that's how I could see it. I think this one is from when I first started the game, I think. Kitty! I raided myself, I just realized. Welcome in, raiders. How are you doing? Leven we allemaal nog een beetje? I have a bedroom right here that I still need to rework. I just said that I started the game last week after 3 years of absence from my island. And I got lost within 10 seconds. And I got irritated as well because the clutter was so big that I couldn't even get around normally. So, past few days I've been cleaning up a bit. Another bedroom. I can see the logic I had in my mind back then, but dude, you can do better. It's all very thematic. My living room was like a hotel lobby. The basement is everything pearly, shiny sea and mermaid stuff. Like a little kid lives in my basement. Wat raar Vesmo huis. Waar zie jij Vesmo staan dan? Ik zie het niet. Mijn attic. I got a band installed in my attic. I also don't really know why I linked music to stars and the moon and star signs and everything. Meestal zie ik een Phasmo spelen. Vrijdag weer, vrijdag. Vrijdag gaan we weer Phasmo spelen. Vandaag is cozy game dag. My bird does not agree with the cozy games. He's been screaming for the past hour. we have clothes. What's in shop today? Oh yeah, she had that annoying voice. Totally forgot about that one. This doesn't look like a winter outfit. To be fair, I've never seen that outfit before in my life. Did they had outfit updates and stuff? Object updates in the past 3 years? Label and Sable. But this is not Label. The blue one. That's Mabel. Or something. Sketching furiously. What's your name? Mabel, yeah. Gosh, my ears. It's great. It was loud, yeah. I don't know why. Normally they're not that loud. Mario coins. But there's nobody here. I talk to you. Am I seeing you a lot? Do I just feel that way? I don't know. What do you define with a lot? It's just a second date, the second time today. Second time in the past 15 minutes. Is that a lot? Been working on some new ways to say hi to folks around the island. One idea is to use a super polite but super loud voice from far away. Like screaming hi or hello from 10 miles out, or what the fuck? Yo, it's me! Super polite. Why is it a bad idea to iron your 4-leaf clover? Because you shouldn't press your luck. No update. January 15 is yeah, that I think that's the date for a new update. You have extreme many blue roses. I cleared up my flowers a bit. I'm using my outdoor voice. Is that what they call it? Oh, hey. Gotta crack the floor. That's one fossil. Are you home? Nope, he's out. Last night he was home. That was the first time in 3 years I even saw this guy, because he never goes out. Oh, he's here. He decided to take a walk in the front yard. What's the latest? Another awesome day for training. You should join me sometime. I've been joining you yesterday in your home. I want your stereo. Oh. Lucky's also on the move. Any glass bottles? I gotta go! Hello, faraway friend. I thought up this do-it-yourself recipe while I was waiting for my oven to heat up. Why does that take so long? Only 5 minutes. It's not too long. I wanted to get my idea out into the world, so I put it in this bottle. It's simple if you have the parts. Wishing you well, Mitzi. I have a family member that's called Mitzi. Beach rug. Already know that one. And you're going up for sales. Because apparently I cannot give them away. Presents coming from the air in this game. Simon was your monkey? I know. I stole him. Or something. That's what I remember. You left your island and came to mine. Wasp head model? Snowflakes are swirling. the amigos. How many names am I getting now? I'm just making it up as I go along. Okay. But I know one thing for sure. Moving to Aurora was the best decision I've ever made. Because you live here. Well, thank you. Also, on this edge, all the wooden planks and whatever I was doing over there, I have no clue. I think 3 years ago I was doing some projects I just abandoned midway because I also was planning on moving villagers, I guess. Or I already moved them because there's a place here that a house should be, or was. There's a little field here that a house should be, or was. I have no clue what I was doing, but I did a thing. I also cut down some trees accidentally. And I was growing veggies. Oh, this one's old. Imagine just going without him or her opening the door. Cherry is building stuff. Can I get a recipe from you? For whatever you're doing? Highway. Need me something? What you doing? What am I doing? Giant ornament? Like a giant Christmas ornament for the tree? Or it takes some major elbow grease. So I like to go all in on it. Yes, give it to me. I want to have it. Give it to me. I can't wait to see how yours comes out. There's nothing like building something with your own hands. I've built the whole island with my own hands. Alright, what are we getting? Giant ornament. But what is it looking like? It is a Christmas ornament! Wow. That's a little bit late, doesn't it? Come on, Christmas over. I mean, I do still have trees with lights in it. I can still shake ornaments out of them. It's not too much. I feel like it's less than last week. This part I have full of fish statues. Don't know why. At that moment I just sold them all because I forgot that you can put them in your own storage. And I think you need that one visitor to make the statue. Don't know which one it was. Also, this is all wild girl. don't even know what flowers I originally put down here, but 3 years has gone crazy here. Don't I have another vine? Oh, I put it back in the school. Let's dig these up. Watch out for wasps. I've gone through half of my bag of medicine just because of wasps and bees. Because I was building something and needed hardwood. And at first I was using the wrong axe, so I chopped down all the trees that I wasn't supposed to. Also, these kind of things, I have no clue why I did this. And I made the campsite look like a small circus. A little bit weird headspace I was in back then, I guess. Beach. So for some reason I found this tree very funny. To build a tree and a waterfall and something that makes music right here. And to be honest, I still haven't figured out where the music is coming from. Maybe it's the flowers in here? I don't know. I think these are normal flowers. I wanna go down here. Oh yeah, the jail bars. The jail doors. Remember, Anna used them to guide the balloons down, so that they would all fly through the over the island down where we usually were. I also built a cemetery. All these patterns on the floor are my own patterns, by the way. I found them online. All custom designs. I don't even know what this is doing here. I think I made a sign of it some time ago. No clue. Also, this one is my flag. It's my island flag. I think the batik design was used for pillows. Yeah, everything was a bit overgrown. A bit too much overgrown. What the fuck? There's a book in there. Can you get the book? What was the book again? again. Dude, that was to make it easy to shoot balloons. I mean, I have more hours in this game than I have in Phasmophobia. For those that know how many hours I have in Phasmophobia, let that sink in. And Anna over there has twice as much hours in this as me. I should reunite it with its owner. Oh, who lost a book? Didn't hear anybody about losing a book. Maybe it's Kim's book. You're all purple? Look at that. Look at who we got there. Hello, and you. I was going for a different color. Purple hyacinth. What's the color I don't have yet? Blue? Guy. It had something to do with fishing. That's all I remember. I think I just missed 2 different colors of flowers. It's a purple windflower I'm missing and a blue hyacinth. But I'm not really sure about that. Don't hang me up on that. CJ here! Coming at you. Well, it's more like standing by you, I guess. You're already here. Anyway, ever since I started doing my sea sports challenges, I've been trending in a huge way. It's so slick. Each time someone navigates a challenge, I offer to buy up their fish, even pay premium. I only offer to buy after a challenge though. Keeps it interesting. But every once in a while I get way fresh fish from my live stream. And the lucky angler gets showered in bells. Well, let's go. How about a challenge sea sports style, right now? Win and I'll make it ring. And talk you up on my stream. We're getting popular. Plus, my partner's into making slick collectibles if you want one. He's so talented. That's where I got the statues from. I'm sorry. I sold them all. See, small fry catching skills, 3 in a row. All horse mackerel or so in size. 3 small fish. As long as it's small, it'll count. So if you spot a crawfish or a frog out there, bring it aboard. Right. And don't go catching other sized fish or my subscribers will get mad and there goes your streak. Imagine watching a fishing stream and only be happy if they catch little fish and get angry when they catch a big fish. Like, how does that work? I would be the complete opposite of that. If they catch a small fish, I would be like, yeah, okay, nice. If they hook up and reel in a very big fish, I would be like, oh wow, crazy. The glowing place on the ground is a money tree, right? Yep. At least it's a money bag if you dig it up and leave it open. Put a tree thingy in, and then it will grow out to be a money tree. I think that's what I'm trying out. Don't let them slip off your hook either. That'll cut your streak too. Sorry, chat request. Well, chat. Let's get this going. So many rules, but I gotta keep folks happy or my views drop. Now go catch something. I guess I'm gonna be removing some of these dwarfs. Because this is crazy shit. I see a small fishy out there. Here's my bait. A horse mackerel. Of course, mackerel. Number 1 on my small fry catching streak. I need more small fish. God damn it. Get these doors out of the way. Small fish. Oh, I broke my streak. Any small fish in there? If I run around, it makes them flee away. So, can't really win. Are there any fish at all right now? Where's everything? That's a big one. I need a small fish. And they have to be sea. What's sea challenge? Did any fish respawn here? Come on. We're not small, we're big. Or at least medium size. Small fish. Another big one. I see bubbles, but I'm trying to catch fish here. Can I just chase you away like this? If you go, maybe a small one comes back. Give me a small fish. You put it back in that water. You did not put back the money bag, right? Because I think you need to keep that glowing hole open and plant a tree in it. Little fish. Another horse mackerel. What? I'll swap it with one of the dwarves. I don't need these right now. Get them out of my bag. I'll pick them up later. I just right now came to the realization what a fucking bunch of items dropped, like exactly what I just did somewhere on my island, and I was like, what is this all doing here? I probably did the same thing I just did, but then 3 years ago. Just needing backspace and just dropping them on the floor. Little fish? Where's the little fish? I need to move. Small fry, where are you? It takes 3 years for them to respawn. Oh wait. Are you too far from shore? I just wanted to say, normally if I run by, you go away. We're not small, get out. You are small. You got your camera ready? Because you definitely want to record this one. Another horse mackerel. Anyone up for some fried fish? You have the art salesman? Oh, don't get scammed. Back to. One more successful small fry catch for my streak. What was his name again? Away from here, but you're too far from here. There we go. Any small fish around? You're also big. Why is there no fish at all here? Red! Yeah, of course. Red, like red flag. I saw him at Harv's Island yesterday. And I bought the Jolly painting because that one was real. And he had a statue that wasn't fake. And I think he said something along the lines of, I hate to see that one go, or something like that. I was like, yeah, because you made it yourself. Come on, bite me. Okay. Little sea butterfly. Small fry number 3. I'm gonna sell CJ. CJ! CJ! Look what I got. Where's the... Oh, there he is. Pick the name for your angler sauna yet? Everyone was a small fry. I didn't call it 4, but there was something in between. Now that's gonna make the chat explode. I thought you were live streaming. You should have followed me. So much for my sea sports challenge. Way to fish. Way to wreck that sea sports challenge. What a haul. Yeah. I've got bells for nautical miles. I'll sell them all. You can buy them. Expensive fish. You got a real one? Do you still have that app on your phone, by the way? I found out I still have that app on my phone. Fantastic. Keeping my followers hooked is so much work. I know. So thanks for the help. You should follow me. Live fishing. If you want to hook your followers, you should fish. Draw out your hook and reel in or something. I'm anchoring a special event soon. Fishing tour, yeah, Saturday. You ought to come. It'll be super fun even if you're still wet behind the ears. Plus, you might snag some swag, just saying. I think I even got the gold trophy of that part. Okay, jail bars, gonna go sell some. I still need to dig up some fossils. Oh, I thought I had 2 spaces left. I should learn how to count. Also, the amount of times I fell asleep while playing this game, I don't even remember how many times. Especially at night, the music is so relaxing. I want to sell. What I'm offering, jail bars. And I want to keep one, I think, for in my storage. More jail bars. There's some on the beach. Something like that. 41,000? Almost 42? Give me my money. That's some expensive jail bars. Damn. Earn bells by selling items. Are you having fleas? You better not have them. Yeah, app for art was on Pinterest. App for selling turnips, you still have. No, I mean, I think it was guide app. What is it called? ACNH Pocket Guide. This one. This is what you see when you open it. You can have a whole agenda of everything in Animal Crossing New Horizons. Events, times the shops are open, you can fill in what recipes you have. Why am I still in building mode? We'll go into building mode later. Because I need to make space first. Oh, it's this thing here. Now I see what I'm getting stuck at. This is the first time I'm playing this game in daylight. In game. And outside. So before that looking like... Oh yeah, I still need to find the original owner of the book. Get all these things away from here.
Fuck yeah, you're an awesome motherfucker. Thanks for the follow, bro.
Saikon! Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. How are you doing? Oh, then it's... I guess I really need to go home and watch some stuff, right? Because if I'm at the shop, I'm already close to home. New sound? No? Not that I remember. Put you in storage. Put you in storage. Put one of you in storage. Also, why do I have 2 fishing rods? Put you in storage. I'm supposed to be giving you to one of my villagers. Jail bars. I put one in storage, right? Do 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 do. Where is it? I've collected so much shit and that's not even half of what's in the game, I think. Where is my jail bars? Close! In this game, I will always have something to wear. Why do I have these in my storage? Oh, wait. Anna, do you remember? Did you need 3 of one fish or 3 of one bug to get it made into a statue? Is that it? So I was collecting statues. Oh boy. Not me that just totally sold every fish statue that was on the beach. Well, we have another goal. But where is my jail door thingy? Did I not put it in storage? Alphabetical. Jail bars. Yeah, I did. They're here. So I can happily sell the rest. Yeah, so we should start with collecting stuff again. So we can make new statues because I sold them. Rosie! Of course Rosie is shopping. I'm offering jail bars. A whole bunch. These were not jail bars. Somebody is spamming my WhatsApp right now. I have my WhatsApp connected on my PC and I see little push messages gone by. Bells in my pockets. What are you doing? Coffee cup. That could definitely give the place a different feel. Take an empty house. Take a coffee cup, fill it with coffee. Put it on the floor in the middle of it. And it gives you a different feeling. Rosy logics. Not my idea. One cup of coffee can make the whole world feel different. This beach feels so free right now. With all the jail bars gone. Also, this is also up there. It's a place that I just dumped stuff for no reason. I'm taking that one. Freedom! Feels like just making a thing. Also, I made a little cemetery. I put a table here with a box of tissues on it. bad humor sometimes. Sometimes it's a bit dark. Dark humor makes the world go round. But I'm gonna have to remove this something. Oh, you. So, fish and bug statues no longer selling. Now I'm putting it in storage. I'll take all of you. Yeah, my spa. I've built a spa here. No way to get through. For the shower and the dressing room. Oh yeah, here was the place that I had all kinds of items on the floor here. For no reason. That I didn't really know what to do with it. But to pick it up and put it in storage. It made no sense why it was there anyway. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I have a lot of money. I need to put some on the bank. All carnival stuff. Oh, I needed to sell the two. Oh no, I wanted to go out. One turn too early. Now I have 2 jail bars in storage. Everything that is going on in this day. Simon's going crazy again. I think there's a certain time bugs roll snowballs. There's so much stuff everywhere. It's crazy. I think this is just, I've collected so many stuff that I don't know what to do with it. I just put it down somewhere. have some room in the storage. That is a lot. Pagoda. Nope, not you. If I'm walking by the townhouse, I should go to the bank and drop something in it. I could be here for days on end and drink coffee. Thank you very much for the bonus miles. I want to go to the bank. Does this give me some space? It does. She's spraying the pansies. What do you see? It's Eugene. Of course it's Eugene. Who else would it be? What did I pick up? A panel. And there's even on a barbecue on the stall. What the fuck? What the fuck was I was thinking? So what is this? It's all dolls. It's like an altar with dolls. That is where these lamps come from. They're also on. Interesting. There's another one here. Why are these in between the trees? Was this just I'll just put them down somewhere because I have no space? What was I doing 3 years ago? So why is there tissues here? And a little string thingy? The grasshopper statue over there. gonna sell the exclusive shit. Putting it in the storage. How many spots do I have? 2,800 of 4,000. Oh. Mom's tissue box. Mom, I put your tissue box in the storage. Is there a camera I'm hearing? It is. Today I picked my winter outfit from TJ. Winter sport? Are you still talking on Animal Crossing terms? TJ? I want to sell the gel bars I'm still having in my pocket because I want to get rid of this. On the attic. Because of the snow? Are we getting sunset? Last night I had Aurora borealis. That's what I find really nice about this game, that at night you can see stars and stuff. You can just put your character down somewhere and just look at the sky. I can see stars already. To be fair, it's already dark here, but who cares? It's dark. And in the dark it's still kind of light because of all the snow on the streets. I did have a sort of a laugh at all the motherfuckers that underestimate the slippiness of snowy weather. They've gone their way on the road, on the highway, thinking they are invincible, and then just slipping and sliding and making 360s unintended. Like, what do you think? Everybody slips but you? Like, how does that work exactly? Poor bird. So I have the fruit trees here, and I have bamboo, and I have one of these, and I got 3 more here. Sit down your ass on a flower. How am I supposed to catch you if you keep flying around like that? I got another. Now I have two. Because I might have sold this statue as well. So I need a few more so I can commission a new one as soon as that guy comes in. Oh, I'm also missing 2 fossils. It's oh, I see one. Can I jump that? Can I hold it? How do I get there? Number 3. I think I still need one more. Yeah, that's the same side. Okay, 5 fossils? Am I missing one all the time? I mean, I remember yesterday and last week, 2 times I logged in into this game. I found 2, 4. I think this is gonna be a money tree. No, I'm broke. I can build a new one or buy a new one. Chef's outfit. I don't know if I have that one already. Here's my money pot. Do I still have? Oh, this is center something. The other one. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. This is just creatures. Other. I have one, only one. I'm gonna put you in the floor. I hear this camera go back and forth. Why is the camera so loud compared to my music? Are you here now? Oh, nope, that was in between here. Wait, I needed to go to the store. A new slingshot. I'm coming in. You don't have a colorful slingshot, but you do have an outdoorsy slingshot. Well, it's a little bit expensive, but sure. Assuming it's gonna work perfectly fine. Perfect. 5 fossils? There it is. Land you in there. Total, I should have 2 more. But now I'm looking for a 4th fossil, let alone a 5th. Are you sure it's 5? Also, I've been putting in my collectibles, like the fish and the bugs and the artwork and everything in my app that I already collected. And from fish and stuff, apparently I only missed 2 right now. I don't see no more fossils anywhere. Because I collected 4 every time, I'm pretty sure there has to be at least 1 more. Somewhere. You can just go down. Thank you very much. Stop being stupid. Nothing over here. Tiansheng is sick. With you. You have a sick monkey? Poor little thing. Gotta say I haven't seen my belly in a little while. Why do I have a painting over there? Actually shut up. What are we getting? Iron nuggets. Not bad. I'm still looking for that last fossil. It should be somewhere. Where's my fossil? Last night I was on to making a snowman, but no second snowball appeared. There we go. It is pretty funny when the bugs go and have their field day on your snowball. So I've got one snowball right now. 6 p.m. Ooh, I found one. A little bit bigger. Just a little bit. This should be good enough. That's perfect. What do you mean so close? It's perfect. My head should be a little bit better matched to my body. Why? It's perfect. But I shouldn't be so picky. I mean, you did bring me to life. Shut the fuck up. Perfect. That was super cool of you. I'll just work on polishing up my looks whenever I get a chance. You make a snowman, it's not even satisfied by the way it looks. Story of your life, right? Snow boy, yeah, he's not happy with how he looks. His head's not matching his body, according to him. In the meantime, I'm still looking for that last fossil. Are you watering my plants? Nothing over here. I've got something here. A watering can. A watering can. And I still haven't found that last fossil. Where will it be? Look at this fake thing here. Look over here. I have no clue. What are you thinking about? Oh, I got your notebook. June, you got 3 weeks vacation? Nice. I got your notebook. There you go. You can have it back. I've been looking into it. Didn't like it, so you can have it back. It's my manual for expert basketball. I thought you were into fitness. Normally in September. Why so early now then? I'm so happy I thought I'd never see it again. Please take this gift for your troubled friend. The only trouble I had was taking up space in my bag. I hope I'm not being too generous. Since when are you too generous? I'm gonna put it in my storage now. You're expecting in September? Are you gonna go on a vacation in June? Hey there. Weather's great today. We're gonna lay down in the grass and talk to some bugs. You gotta wipe away some snow first. What's up, babe? I got a present for you. Yes, you do. I hope you like it. What's with the sports things? Thanks anyway. I appreciate you. Soccer outfit, basketball tank top. Come on, man. What do y'all see me for? Also, what was he here? I don't remember. Oh, no. Not that one. That was a little bit too phonetic. In the meantime, I'm still looking for... Oh wait, maybe where the museum is? Somewhere around here? Ooh, look at that. Woo! Now I got 4. According to Anna, there should be 5. Don't know where to go. Tessel. You're gone now. I'm getting annoyed. You gonna make dinner? What you gonna make? Like to assess the fossils. Or have them assessed. A ball of flutter. You can check these out. I know you all have them in stock already. I'm good. I got all fossils. This is all complete. All the dinosaurs. Birdie. Diplodocus. The Brachiosaurus. Mammoth. Everything complete. Pasta with chicken. XXL nutrition. It's also a way of taking care of yourself. Eating well. High protein. What are you planning? That you need high protein for. I don't have everything here yet, so I should go to Harv's Island later and check what he has. I do have my two favorites. I'm missing a huge piece here. The original does not have a lid on top. My two favorites, Starry Night and the Sunflowers. Especially Starry Night. I'm missing two pieces here, one over here. And one statue over here. And the statue over here. So about 6 pieces did I miss? Joost bought fit meals. Oh, we can get a coffee here. Without pigeon milk. Hey! What are you doing here? long are you drinking coffee? Well, she's gonna go for an all-nighter, so... Of course I want a coffee. First time I got back into the game, he asked me for pigeon milk. Second time I went for coffee, he asked for pigeon milk. I said no both times, and now he doesn't even ask it anymore. He's learning. Joost wants to do a marathon? Damn. Him rather than me. That's for sure. I found the blend I want to drink for the rest of my life. I'm never gonna drink any other coffee than his. His coffee's the best. Yeah, I got Celeste. Celeste. Thank you, Brewster. Last night, I had most fun here. I was sitting here. One of those hedgehogs, I think it was Mabel, sitting here. And then one of these two new kids came in. Came for a coffee to go. Said hi to me and said, I have to go back to the store. Mind you, it was 1 AM in the middle of the fucking night and the store was closed for a few hours already. So why would you be going back to the store if it's closed? Make it make sense. I was just sitting here like, why are you going back to the store? There's nobody. There's nothing. It's closed. Everybody's sleeping. Yeah, that was strange. So I got all bugs too. All butterflies. Sitting there. Here there's bugs on the tree stems and stuff. And then there's the butterfly garden. I like you the least. You. Last night I was walking my island. I heard some sort of hiss. And I was like, what's that? It was a tarantula in the wild. And I know there was some sort of method of catching them. But if you did it wrong, you died. A walking leaf and a walking stick. I've seen one of those in my house. Or when I lived with my mom still. Those are creepy. When I'm in the zoo and they have a butterfly garden, That's the place I'm always hanging out the most. They're cute. Cuties! Do these bugs do this in real life? Is what I've always wondered. And the rest is standing around it like they're cheering them on. Yeah, the big one. Here, the wasps. The best bones. Tom Nook at the coffee bar? You forgot to get your hormones at the pharmacy? Oh boy. I hope you were not supposed to take them today. Because that's gonna be a problem. Oh, not today. You can take them tomorrow. Pick them up. Gosh, man. Runny nose. You have to take him the 16th? 22nd? That is pretty late. Little fishies. Big fishies. Oh, that's the piranha. Big moonfish. A whale shark. The times I fell asleep while being here in this place. Just watching fish swim by while eating things or anything. Two days before transfer, but that date is not set yet, I think. Or is it? Big crab. They're supposed to be swimming in circles, but it looks like that they're tumbling in circles. All the coral and the stuff you can dive up. Oh yeah, I dove up the lobster yesterday. Imagine all August 2020, July 2020, except for this one. 2026. Hammerhead shark. It's been so long. The progesterone, but that date is not been set yet, right? Because that was depending on your ovulation. Or did they already plan a date? I need to go into my storage. Jingle bells. Did I pick you up somewhere? Probably. Also, don't ask why there's food in a box on the beach. Because I don't know either. Are you waiting for me to go home so you can visit me? You're welcome. You still have to wait for the test? I do have to go to the store. I am stuck. First ovulation test, and then they're gonna plan in a date for the transfer, and 2 days after you have to take the progesterone. I want to sell. Make it expensive. Thank you. Money. I mean, I don't have this yet. I kind of want to have it. I'll just buy it. Put it in my storage. For the collection. Thank you, bye. It's beautiful. That was not my house. I'm sorry. Wrong door. Still you. Wanna come in? Just knock my door. Knock on the door if you wanna come in. Maybe in my basement I wanna make a bar. Like a music bar. guess I already put the raft in my storage that was here. Are we getting another Aurora night? Yes, sir. Helmet on, let's go. Am I gonna start here? Yes, I'm gonna start. If I do cleanup, is it gonna remove the stuff and move it to that box at the town hall? Also, do I start here or do I start at this part? I think I'm gonna start here. This mess. I heard a balloon. I cannot take down the hedge. Also, what is that? Flowers? You have blue roses? Me too. And I got gold roses too. Welcome. This is the perfect game for some good relaxation. Am I the only one who ever fell asleep during this game? I cannot possibly be the only one, right? Get out of the way here. Come on, man. And he's stuck behind a tree. That was literally the last one I could get into my storage, my bag. So where am I gonna put all that? I could plant them all on the beach, you know. A lot of blue roses. I also got a lot of black roses. Here you have my collection of flowers. I miss one color here, I think, and one color of the hyacinths, and the rest I do have. Here's the blue roses. I don't remember how you got to the yellow, the gold roses. Wasn't it two black ones and water them with the golden watering can? Something like that. I got so much space here, damn. I had another one, didn't I? I think that's all. This is the garden rock. Tall garden rock. I don't even know why I have that one, but whatever. That's a tiki torch. Let's go. Therefore, I need this one. Around 15 pieces. Have you collected all the colors by now? From all the flowers? You got a flower garden, all kinds. You have to have all of them. Out of there. last two now. I guess I started working on that 3 years ago. But then I started working on different things too 3 years ago. I don't know why I was doing certain things and what I was doing. But apparently I've abandoned some projects. Can I speed that up? You have to get nothing first. There we go. Not like that. I want to make a mountain piece in the middle and back instead of next to the beach because you never see them. And I don't even know why I did that in the first place. Apparently I liked it this way back then. No! Don't do that. Reminder to myself, stop spamming buttons. You mixed them up. Too much flowers? No, I just put them on the beach temporarily, so I don't have to take them out of the perfectly rolled up flower beds. It's gone. It's gone. Oh, that's where the music is coming from. Okay, it didn't remember you there. No! Just running away. Why are you leaving me? Fuck you. And I guess I cannot. Where's that pipe? Isn't that here somewhere? It puts me close to this hole. Hello? I don't think I can hit that one. I think it's gonna fall in the one. I feel like it's coming down above water. Maybe it comes to land a little bit. You're definitely above water right now. I was going to learn how to juggle, but I didn't have the balls. I missed. Yeah. Frozen floors are interesting. Yes, dude. Bring me to the store. You actually remember where I put my stuff. That's crazy. Do we have a decent axe? We do have a decent axe. Nope. I'm good for now. Someone still needs candles. It's still here. You don't dare to try and leave me. Old junk. Oh, you want to give them away to me? You're selling 4 of your junky treasures. What are you selling? The fuck is a plain do-rag? Is that like a rug or something? Or is that a cloth? Piece of clothing. Let's just see what else you have. Throwback mid-chair. I'll have to dig really deep in the old routine memory warehouse. A sushi chef head. There were 4, right? You're even bigger than me. A patchwork tulip head. That's fucking expensive, man. Why did you try and sell your shit to me if you want to keep it? Make your mind up, man. $640,000 bells per run? Well, I am not short on money. Let me tell you that.
Fuck yeah, you're an awesome motherfucker. Thanks for the follow, bro.
Hey, Angel Anson, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Those Mario pipe shortcuts are crazy. Yeah, let's get back to whatever we were doing. I was trying to take down the other tree and then my I'm good. How are you doing? Did you have a nice New Year's? By the way, couldn't we build ramps and such as well? Still got my piece of wood. Oh. Take this one out as well. You're from Mexico? Nice. How is it right now in Mexico? I heard it's pretty warm. With all the cartels and everything. Hey, Two Grace, welcome in. How long will you be streaming for? It's almost 7, so probably until 9 p.m. This is real time, by the way. Unless my brain decides to crash sooner than that. I see that you have ADHD tag on my stream? Yes. I'm one of the unholy few. What are you doing? Come on. Make your mic audio a tad bit higher than your game audio. Did I turn it down again by accident? This better? I have a volume button on my mic and sometimes when I grab something that's close to it, I tend to rub against it and turn it down by accident. I'm a person with ADHD too. Literally, I was born with ADHD, aren't we all? At least that's what I learned. I know there are people in this world that consider it like a disease or something, like you can cure it with medication or something. I'm thinking, well, coming up with that bullshit is what I think. It is 50% inherited by one or both your parents or something. In my family it's not too hard to figure out which one. Here too. Anna too. It is even thanks to Anna that I know now. Part for now. Oh, no, I wanna go down. I wanna go down! Go down, bitch. There we go. Now we need to take this part down. about ADHD is it can be freaking annoying. And it can be great as fuck. Sometimes it's just absolute hellfire, and sometimes it's the best thing that you can have in some situations. Like, if we're interested in something, we can be in a fucking rabbit hole for hours on end. And if we're done, we know everything about it. The con side is, if it doesn't interest us at all, there's not going to be any focus. I've literally had someone talk to me about something that didn't interest me at all, and I responded, but I have no clue what they were talking about. Unintentional, it just went through my head in one ear and out the other. In the meantime, I probably was planning what game to play next or something. Yesterday I had a joke with my sister. She sent me a video of someone responding to their parent yelling at their sibling for cleaning up their room. But she said, that's what I did. And I was like, are you serious? Every time mom yelled at me for cleaning up my room, you cleaned up your room before she got to yours? Yep. I didn't know. Learned something new. Also, for those that wonder why I'm making lines with one row in between, because now I have to hatch into one block once to make it go away, instead of having to do this and then the same part again to get it out. So it saves the trouble of 50%. If you didn't know the walk of the game, take it as a good tip. Attention disorder, but that's the wrong name. Why? It literally is the not being able to stay having attention on something doesn't interest us. Also the other way around, if we're so focused on something that interests us, then we don't have attention for our surroundings. That's another way of having showing some attention. You want to visit the Netherlands? Are you sure? Probably is better than Mexico at this point, but that's also depending on what area of Mexico and what area of the Netherlands, I think. Maybe Mexico is sending a cartel over to do the job here. I wouldn't even be surprised. With the amount of murders we had last months, I can make a Lego tower in a few days. Shut up. Well, I think if I go sit for it, I could do it in 1 day. But that's all I'm gonna do in that day. And don't expect me to eat and drink in between, because I will totally do it. Just like I forgot that I have my drink here. I made sure I poured it before I started stream. I didn't take a sip of it yet. In the meantime, apparently Anna was so focused on Animal Crossing that she totally forgot to use that exact button. There's EDM hardstyle festivals there. That is true. What would be the, for a tourist, what would be the best place in Mexico to go to right now? That I mean somewhere where you can just get on the street without getting instantly murdered because your opinion is different or something. Or because they assume you're pro-US or leave the American flag at home would be tip 1. You have on your profile pic like the DEFCON 1 logo? Nice. Pretty big name for hardstyle lover. I'm more into rock, hard rock, metal. Pretty much anything played by a band or orchestra. Okay. It is all flat now. So what's next? What am I going to put here? Or who am I going to put here? I can build my own house here. Or move a villager. Remove all this because I kind of want to have mountains starting here, but then a little different than this. The red logo, some people recognize the logo. Nice. Your dream is going to DEFCON 1? I would do it this year, probably, because things are not looking very well for the future. And I'm not talking about EDM, but just the whole world in general. I don't know what's going on, but damn. Shit is going wrong. Huh? All my muscle soreness just melted away when you walked up. I owe you one, hero. Did you do too many fitness practices? thought it was a ribbit going for fitness, but apparently you were into it as well. Let's see. Also, let me check on Belly. I heard a falling star. Where is Belly? Really? Where's your house? That's lucky. The ribbit. I can also move Coco. I bet Coco wants to live at the beach. Haven't seen you in a while. Are you okay? You look fine. Glad you stopped by. I want to try to master knitting. I think Coco always looks like a cookie. Bidding House is the place where DEFCON takes over. There's a lot that takes over at Bidding Houses very often throughout the year. Isn't Mysteryland also in Bidding House? I didn't know what I was doing at first, but the more time I put in, the more it relaxed me. Crafting just suits me somehow, and knitting makes everything feel soft and snuggly. My hoodie makes everything feel soft and snuggly. And warm. But what is Ellie doing? Is he okay? Is he sick? Does he need medicine? That's my house. Was Ellie here? Here you are. Are you alive? Are you afraid of snow? What? You're drinking coffee. Oh yeah, you were the one calling me Professor Pie. I don't even remember why. They're gonna be back in 2027? Well, the world should behave themselves a little bit if they want to make that happen. You are Professor Pie. You two have the same name. Your record is skipping. I'm pretty sure you said the exact same thing yesterday. You gotta stay. Show your face around here more often. I miss my snack buddy. You're calling me out here, buddy. Twice. I feel called out twice. Okay, so I'm going to the town hall. I'm gonna ask for Coco to be moved. Get out of my way, Ribbon. Oh, hello everybody. I had to go to Nook. What is she doing? Is Isabel sniffing the window? You play games here on Twitch? Nice. What kind of games do you play? Construction consultation counter. Infrastructure? I want layout changes. I can move villagers, right? What building do you want to? I want to move an island home. Coco. She looks like a sand cookie and she likes the beach. Sure. You call Coco. You're playing a game called Max Payne. I've heard about it. What kind of game is that? Is that something like a Resident Evil sort of game? Or? I think that covers everything. You wanna move to the beach? Moving my entire home to I don't even know where sounds great. Fantastic. I'm gonna let you live on the beach. I am pretty sure you're gonna be happy on the beach. I got a moving kit in my pockets. Oh yeah, that's how it worked. Use it to place your home wherever you would like it to go. Nice. Coco's kit. Bye. For now. Jesus. Not me getting stuck everywhere. We could be streaming friends? Aren't we already now? Oh, that was the lighthouse. Little more to the back. Like this. Is that even possible? If so, that would be perfect. Coco, you're gonna be so happy. You have no idea. Can I do this already? Oh boy. Not sure how it's gonna fit eventually, but it's gonna be nice. When she's moved tomorrow, I can do the rest. I'll check out your profile, your Twitch account after stream. You got stars as well? Well, I have some, but they're gone now. Okay, Coco's gonna move here. Then we need fences. Also move the cemetery to another place at some point. Right now it's in the middle of a hill and not a real logical place. Coco, what's your house looking right now? Her house was here somewhere, right? Was it here? It was here. I got hedges. No, not me. Pick up that one yet. Keep the flowers. Alrighty, then this way. I need two more hedges. How you get the stars? You press A when you watch them. You're a harder styles guy? Well, luckily everybody likes a different style of music. Otherwise it would be very, very, very impossible to get to a concert. It is already hard as it is right now to get tickets, but that's also because of the system they're using. Hedges. Do we use hedges? Do we have anything else that's nice for the beach? No, I think hedges is nice. So falling stars, you can look at the sky like that. And if they come by, if they fly by, just press A. Then you'll make a wish, and tomorrow they'll be on your beach. Rosie. When I started playing this game in 2020, I remember seeing Coco somewhere and I just had to have her. Build fence. You would want fences being built like this in your own home. Just grab a wooden hammer and be like, chick. yet, but I can always take one part away, which is moved. She can have her own private beach. Daily, you have too, yeah. I can make a sandy path. When it's smaller. How is this gonna look? That is great. That fits great. I want to make a little path towards the private beach here. And put it on the stones. Put down this one here. Need something in the middle. Get you out. These kind of path patterns you can find on the internet. I can make it go this way into the beach here. That's nice. A little bit more straightforward. this one. You go over here. One on the side. I wanted that one. Not this. Not that one. Birdie's eating. I think different middle pieces is so much fun. People really do get creative with these paths. I got sand, I got mud. This one is my absolute favorite. But it has so many pieces. Also the corner pieces have one going outward and one going inward for every part. What are you doing? I don't know. You think you wanted more water on your island? Waterfalls. They'll be here. eventually. In the mountains. I want to make a mountain part in the middle and on top or somewhere on that mountain. I want to build the campsite with a river with waterfalls going from up to down. That's how I imagine it. I can make a middle piece here. But then it has to be a little bit bigger, I think. Like that. Wait. Beep. Go that way. I haven't heard a falling star in a while. Why not? This is pretty nice. And I can still put something in between. Get out of here. Baby bear. I can even put a bush in here? I don't think I can, right? I can. Perfect. Division. That is cute. I thought I might have been on the crossing of the grid, but no. Coco's gonna be the happiest bunny ever. Do I have lilies in here? Got them on the beach. I like you. It's pretty funny. Coco literally looks like she came from a horror movie. In the meantime, she's one of the cutest characters you can have on your island. And I have a torch. A tiki torch. Can I put it here? Burn it up, babe. So why is there a boat in a bottle here at the lighthouse? I also have water on here, like a little bottle. This seems a bit of an odd location. I think it should be more with the rocks. What more kind of crazy shit do I have? Strawberries, clovers, leaves, wheats. I'm pretty sure they belong to this path here. Leaves with flowers. funny how if you walk on the snow, it sounds like snow. As soon as I'm on the sand, it sounds like I'm on concrete. Alright. I should bring her picture over. How is this not perfect? Come on, this is a perfect snowman. The snowman self might not be agreeing with that, but okay. Hey, you're out here. Lay it on me. If I keep setting aside things I want to use, but I don't end up using them, does that make me a collector? What do you think? if you collect things that you want to use but you don't use them, are you a collector? I mean, a collector is someone who collects things that they don't use but just want to have on display. Better golf, join the club. Head too small? Especially stylish ballpoint pens. I just can't stop myself from picking up any that I come across. Okay, in that case, you could be a collector. If you pick up pens because you like them, you don't have them in your collection yet, but you never use them, then that makes you a collector. I feel like writing my diary with an elegant pen helps me find the perfect wording, but you never used them, you just said so. Head too small of your snowman? Oh, come on, it's perfect. If I would make that here, everybody would be happy. Doing that means that I'll end my day with a smile on my face. Always end your day with a smile on your face. I'm gonna steal your picture though. Coco's house. You don't need your picture anymore because I'm gonna move your house. Also, I should move that pipe I can just hobble into. Where is it? Boop, boop. I'm gonna take it and you can move it more that way. Secret beach. I should move that sign as well. Can I not just put it here? I'm gonna put the pipe right. I have 3 perfect ones. I can show you a trick for it. Gotcha. Since we're here. On this side. Yeah, that's it. Why did I put this on the beach? I don't know. Well, I know how to make perfect snowmen, but I didn't have the patience for it because last night I had one snowball and I was waiting for a second, which never came. So now when they arrived both in the same location, I was like, I'm gonna make it right now. Can't go a little bit further. I mean, if I can key this a little bit for a mountain, I can also put a house down here. That's kind of fun. Nice idea. I like that idea. No, I wanna go down. Go down, you bitch! The sound is from a falling star, I know. Just which one? Tomorrow I'll find them on my beach. But you haven't seen my home storage yet. You want to see my home storage? What I collected in 1300 hours? You know, by the way, you know how many hours I have in fast mode, right? I have more hours in this game than in fast mode. More hours in Animal Crossing than in Phasmophobia. Can you imagine? Here's my home storage. It goes on and on and on. Everything. I need to figure out all the doubles. I have place for 4,000 items. I have almost 2,900. A lot of clothes. A whole lot of clothes. Oh yeah, my collection of bugs for the statues that I forgot, which I sold a bunch of. Your fruits, vegetables, potatoes, shells, ornaments, snowflakes, leaves, stars. I mean, I don't have a shortage of stars. I mean, that shit is crazy. Do I have anything I can... Yes, I can put this in here. I'll put that in here for now. I don't want to put Coco's photo in because she needs the photo in front of her house. I can put away the hedges for now. Baby bear. Put that away for now. My gosh. So I have her photo now. The tiki torch. By the hammock. I do have something for on the beach, I think. Is it gonna be here? I mean, I have so much shit collected that I don't even remember everything I have. I can build a fucking arcade. I can build a gym. I'm planning on building a game room in my house. And a music bar. I don't have anything that I can put on a sand to lay on. I should be having something. Is that in here? No. Maybe it's already on my beach somewhere else. I wouldn't even be surprised. If you like, you can visit my island. You can exchange codes later. God damn it, I'm stuck again. That's one reason why I need to rework my island. And I've cleaned up so much shit already. I got so many clutter around. Couldn't even get around normally. At least I can now normally run on my beach. Stones, yes, I need stones. You don't have the yellow pumpkins? I think you can get them at Halloween. Large garden rock over here. Something like that. Nice. So now I need to make a little bit space here so I can put maybe daily in here. I can also put my own house here. Put myself on the beach. Stay here, please. You got so much. You got twice the hours that I have in this game. I think I have 1300. 1300 going to 1400 hours. You have the double amount. It's insane. But on the other hand, it's not that weird. I mean, during COVID, we did practically nothing else than just Animal Crossing all day, every day. I got all the pathing patterns on there just to prevent the forming of because weeds don't grow anywhere you have path put down. $1,655. Put 1,000 hours on top of that, and you have honest amount. $2,615. It's insane, but not really surprising. Oh, she's back. You couldn't stay away, could you? I can put down a bit of some here. I wanna build in front of it. No. Take it away. We did nothing else. Well, during COVID and everything being closed, there was nothing else to do. There's no timestamps. They should change that. So then I have to take down that part on top. And build a little bit here. Then take down a bit here and then put a house down. No, you. I think I also did the pathing to prevent fossils from spawning here. Maybe? I don't know. Taking that one out. Focus ring. Is it 7? It's 8! Damn, time flies. Also, some people might recognize that too. You fill your evenings with gaming? Or we were on online every morning, every afternoon, every night. In the morning for the turnips and stuff, and other morning things. In the afternoon for the stores to buy shit, and at night to Go look at Aurora Borealis and all that kind of stuff. Taking down the tree. So there was a bush behind it. So I'm planning on taking this part down and have to clear out that part too. I think I can leave this, but I want all the same trees. It's one mix of trees right now. I want to have these trees here. I'm gonna take you down, and we'll later be planting more of the other one. No! We need to dig it out of the floor. Not sit your butt on it. Sticks that he go. If I go look through my pictures, I'd probably find a lot of pictures of you with sticks and Aurora from that period. No, don't do that. Don't. No, that's not good. Always getting cat photos. Yep. I really need to clear out my bag right now. You got yoga pics from COVID, Rico? Oh yeah! When you did yoga and it was like a live thing? You did that in the living room, I think? With a live stream on? If I'm not mistaken. Live in the living room. I need to put my lilies somewhere. I don't think I'm gonna put you off here. I mean, I can get the other flowers very easy. I don't even remember where I got the lilies from. You needed to buy them, I think? Oh, there you are. Give me that. frozen fence. Wait, that's a new one. When you think you collected them all. Why can I not plant it here? Come on, then. I'll put you down here. Flowers where the rest is. Space. The final frontier. Water pump. Oh yeah. Coco's picture. She'll come live here tomorrow. If you have a 5-star island, you get the lily of the valley, right? But they grow on their own. I guess my island is no 5-star island anymore. So much shit for no fucking reason. I have no clue why. No, that's not what I meant to do. And then build a house here. that sounds sane. Tomorrow we're gonna get rid of all the Christmas stuff. I already took off everything down. This way, I guess. Yeah, that doesn't work. Alrighty. I'm gonna put on this part. So, who am I gonna move here? Who's the next? I don't think she will go together with this one, this one, this one, or this one. This one I don't know, but Rosie would be a nice one. In the weekend, a lot of laundry to do. Oh no, the cats peed on and peed on their mat. Oh. I'm gonna move Rosie over here. I think Rosie and Coco close together would be a nice combination. I mean, they're both very cute. Although Rosie is a bit loud and there, and Coco is really introvert. But also very cute though. Wait, doesn't that app say something about it? Let me check. I thought I had a part in that app that told me which villagers go together and which don't. Villager compatibility. Coco and Rosie go get along. Coco gets along with pretty much everyone. Just Cherry is neutral, the rest is get along. Okay, in that case, Rosie is gonna move. Rosie's gonna move. Hello. I've got a request. It was infrastructure. Can I move two at the same time? No. Well, Rosie, your move is tomorrow. In that case, I'm good for now. I don't need bridges or inclines just yet. Also, why am I walking all the way? Since I put down the pipe somewhere. Is that Rosie I'm hearing? It sounds like Rosie. Maybe she's singing in her home. She's not out here. You? Fear of fireworks? Maybe. But weren't they with you all the time? At New Year's Eve I had to get Jessie from the stairs. Imagine, a 40-kilogram dog. She got scared from some fireworks and she ran after my mom up the stairs. It's 4 squares by 4 squares. Okay, I'm using this one to mark it. Maybe that's what I used it for all the time. That is 4. Maybe that's what I used it for in the beginning. Baking soda works. Let me see. I should do it one more to the height. And I can put hedges on here. This is gonna be Rosie's home. Did I still have the hedges on me? Probably not. Torches on the beach. Fire it up. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, one too many. There we go. With the stinky stuff. Yeah, it works better as long as you use it immediately. It works better than most sprays. This way. Did I hear a balloon? Put you in storage. Lawnmower, don't think I need that right now. All the snow. Hay bed. Firewood could be nice. Here's the hedges. Miraculous escape. Blip, blip, blip. Hi, bye. Right there. So this place is ready for Rosie. I'm gonna put roses in front of her. Do I have them on the beach? No! I blocked my own path. That is one. More purple roses. ready to go. What can I put up here? Nothing to build with you? Well, I removed some stuff first. Otherwise there wouldn't have been room here as well. The other way around. Facing the sea. In case I wanna go watch stars and stuff. Or sundown. Another place to lay down. What else do I have in my pocket? Firewood. I have more bushes. That looks pretty fun. wait, didn't we used to put something down so we couldn't go backwards while hitting the rock? Also, how do I get rid of the rock? Is that with the... this one? I don't remember how to get rid of these. More Nook Miles. Oh, I don't need that one. I need this one. Yeah, what's the map looking like? So the campsite should be moved at some point. I mean, the river is pretty nice. But where it starts, that middle part should have a campsite. But I don't think I can move that right now. Because Tumnook is busy with Coco's moving. You're looking at your storage? Yeah, apparently I was collecting statues of fish and bugs and stuff. But that was before I remembered you can have a storage in your house. So all the fish statues I had collected on the beach, I picked them all up and sold them all. So I have something to do whenever CJ is here, and I caught a lot of fish. So this should be fine. That mountain piece on the left should be gone. got too much shit in the pockets. All doubles? I want to get rid of the doubles that I don't need. Eventually. I'm gonna put this all... Oh. Didn't mean to do that one. Bamboo partition. This is fine for now. 7 dogs and 2 in front of the room. I have dog plushies here. And I have moving ones over here. Are you ready for your move? There's one over here. And I guess I probably have some in my storage as well. No. Do you remember how to get rid of rocks? What's on here? Secret beach? Why are they here? You needed to eat fruit? Yeah, I want to remove that rock completely. What do you mean I cannot place anything here? Goes perfectly fine. What are you talking about? Going to the secret beach. I need to eat fruit. Yeah, I'm sure I have some fruit up here. plant new bamboo somewhere else. I got another one here. Don't forget. Here's my fruit. Where's my bear? No bear? No bear. Oranges will work, right? Eat one. There we go. Because the tree above my head. Come on, man. Weeds. Oh, don't do that. Don't keep me away from the building up. Hello. I want to eat. Almost 9. I am gonna build myself a whole new island. have turnips. Not at this moment. Yeah, I do need that one. What am I doing here? I need to hack this out. Turnips are only here on Sunday morning. I'm sorry for the Christmas trees. But I think, according to the little Nook brothers, turnip prices right now are 83 bells. I don't have place for the pansies and the golden rose. Well, one of them can be. Can I get a bush in? No. I can if I eat oranges. Eat the oranges. At least I got something to eat. There we go. Taking down another card. Break down. Right now we're only breaking down. Great, that's another part. When I logged back in after 3 years last week, I had so much stuff on my island I couldn't even go around normally without getting stuck everywhere. And now I have all the space. Oh, this space. It's crazy. This is a bit weird with the sea star on there. It should be that one. There's no place? Like, why? There is place enough here. There's plenty of place. What do you mean? Do you just not place them in the sand or what? Well, there should be place right now. You just don't want to plant a bush in the sand, that's it. Put it here then. Put the lily somewhere. That is great. These I need for the cemetery, which I'm not gonna do right now. Bird cage. Do I have a bird cage? Did I pick up a bird? Oh, it's alive. I thought maybe it's dead. You got too much stuff. Yeah, me too. That's why I cleaned up a bit. Paper lantern. Oh, the past few days I've been cleaning up big time. I heard that. You're working on your flower garden? Nice. What do you think of my rotten turnip? All that shit needs to go. By the way, I'm bringing this one with me. Hello, Coco. It's 9. Let me see, where are you? Exactly the other way around. Now I can be at peace in the sun. For now, yes, I'm done. It's 9. And my stomach's telling me, you need to eat. Why would I have pimples everywhere? Save! Let's see, where can we go? Oh, that's an interesting one. Let's see, where can we go? We can bring it over to Univeco. For the Dutchies amongst us. What is he playing? My damn! Their normal day started again. How do we end this one? Oh, dispatch. I've heard something about that. Let me see. You already ate your food? Fit meals. I'm gonna eat not fit meals, but somewhat healthy. Why are you doing weird shit, man? Alrighty. That's better. Let's go check out Niveco. You go back to the main menu. Nice. It was so quiet. From islands to dispatch? Interesting. Let's go say hi to Niveco and see what he's doing. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the follows. And Gibby, thanks for the raid. And I'm gonna be back at least on Friday with more Fast Mode. And maybe even Repo. I really need to check out the CC app. What's going wrong with that one? The crowd control. For now, I wish you a great night. And let's go to Niveco. Good nighty.